Okay, guys, we are back. We'll start first API from where we left off yesterday. And yes, it will be fun. It is very easy. Let us try. Okay, guys. And I need live chat access. Okay, good. First steps, let's copy this code and then try running it. We have our main.py file set up. We will just try running it. That is FastAPI dev main.py. Let's see. It says we have not installed yet. Let's install. But yesterday I had installed. I don't know why the issue now. Okay. Okay, let's ask AI to solve it. Fix this. I don't know, this keeps happening, guys. Every time I install a package and then try using it, it gives me the error a package is not installed. But when O3 does it, it works. I don't know how. No. Lot of trouble. Why does my fast API don't work? And it has been happening since quite a long time. It says starting. Let's see. Okay, it has started, but let me ask him the question. Why do I have to use dot slash vn slash bin slash fast API instead of fast API? I don't know if the issue, but it started coming recently. Where whenever I install a package and I use virtual environment, this happens. But it also sometimes happen when I'm not using the VNV. So because your shell just look for the first executable called fast API, that it finds the directories in the path. Homebrew put a global script here. It always exists no matter which project you are in. Your virtual environment put its own path. Okay. If you open the shell and don't run source, but yeah, I have already run the source. You don't dot order the file to global by setting the full path, or uninstall homebrew rename version. Brew install fast. I might start using just UV after this. Anyways, we have documents. First steps. interactive docs. Now go to desktop, you will see automatic interactive API documentation provided by Swagger UI. Let's see, this is API, nice. Application.json string successful response, no parameters, good. Alternative API docs slash redocs, you will see the alternative documentation provided by redoc. I don't know what redoc and Swagger UI is, but yes, documentation is nice. Let's try redoc. Media type application JSON example, what is schema, any. Now I want to do is put here redoc. Nice. Redoc. We have redoc here. Cool. Open API. FastAPI generates a schema with all your API using OpenAPI standard for defining API's schema. A schema is definition or description of something, not the code that implements it, but just an abstract description. API schema. In this case, OpenAPI has a specification that dedicates how to define a schema of your API. OpenAPI is a specification indicates how to define a schema of your API. This schema definition includes API paths, possible parameters they take, etc. The data schema. The short-term schema might also refer to the shape of some data, like content, JSON content. In that case, it would mean the JSON attributes and data types they have, etc. OpenAPI and JSON schema. OpenAPI defines an API schema for your API, and the schema includes definition for schemas for the data sent and received by your API using JSON schema, the standard for JSON schema type. Check the OpenAPI.json. If you are curious about how the raw OpenAPI schema looks like, FastAPI automatically generates JSON schema with the description of all your API. Okay, if you are curious how raw OpenAPI schema looks like, yes, I am curious. Let's open this OpenAPI 3.1 into title path / get memory. It is root operation ID, root responses to enter successful response content. Okay, it will show a JSON starting with something like this. We didn't have pretty print. Yes, there we are. What is OpenAPI for? OpenAPI is a schema. Schema is what matters. The two interactive documentation systems included, and there are dozens of alternatives, all based on OpenAPI. You could easily add any of those alternatives to your application built with FastAPI. You could also use it to generate code automatically for clients that communicate with your API, for example, front-end, mobile, or IoT applications. Recap step by step. Import FastAPI. From FastAPI, import FastAPI. We create an app where we call FastAPI function. Then we have app/get. This is our root function. Okay, so if I change the function name, I don't think it was reload. Reload. So what this will do, whenever I make changes, it will automatically run. So I will just make this root to Chirag. Now hopefully this should be Chirag. Okay, C is getting capitalized. I don't know how, but yes, good. FastAPI is a Python plugin that provides all functionality for your API. You can FastAPI is a class inherits directly from Starlet. You can use all the Starlet functionality with FastAPI. What is Starlet? Let's check quickly. Starlet, a little AHGI framework dash shine. What is AHGI? Starlet is a lightweight AHGI. Let's ask ChatGPT. What is AHGI? Brother, tell us. Asynchronous server gateway interface, the specification that allows Python web applications to handle asynchronous communication, making it suitable for modern use case like WebSockets. Okay, I think they are using something from Starlet, our gold sponsor. Okay. Okay, no worries. We will skip Starlet for now. Now again, step to create a fast API instance, and then the app variable will be the instance of the class fast API. This will be the main point of the interaction to create all your API. Create a path operation. Path here refers to the last part of the URL, starting from the first. So in a URL like https example.com/item/foo, the path would be item/foo. A path is commonly called an endpoint or a route. While building an API, the path is the main way to separate concerns and resources. Operation here refers to one of the HTTP methods, one of post, get, put, delete, and more exotic ones, options, head, patch, trace. Alright, we know these are very common HTTP methods. I have never used the exotic ones, but let's learn. In the HTTP protocol, you can communicate to each path using one or more of these methods. Alright, when building APIs, you normally use these specific HTTP methods to perform a specific action. Normally, you use post to create data, get to read data, put to update data, delete to delete data. So in OpenAPI, each of the HTTP methods is called an operation, which means post, get, put, delete are operations. So we are going to call operations too. Define a path operator, operation decorator. At app.get slash async def root. So now this at app.get tells FastAPI that the function right now is in charge of handling requests that go to the path using the get operation. Add something syntax at decorator. Add something syntax in Python is called a decorator. You put it on top of the function like a pretty decorative hat. I guess that's where the term came from. A decorator takes the function below and does something with it. In our case, the decorator tells FastAPI the function below to the corresponds to the path slash with the operation get. It is the path operation decorator. Okay. FastAPI documentation is really nice because they also give us some extra information to learn about Python, which is really helpful for us because we are just noobs. So you can also use other operation app.push, app.put, app.delete, and the more exotic ones, app.options, head, patch, trace. Here's a tip from FastAPI. If you are free to use each operation HTTP methods as you wish, FastAPI doesn't enforce any specific meaning. The information here is a guideline, not a requirement. For example, when using GraphQL, we normally perform all the actions only using post operations. We have not used GraphQL, but let's quickly have a talk with our friend Perplexity and ask it why does GraphQL only is post operation. Does not only, it also is get request depending on the operation server. Okay, it also uses get. So I don't know where this is coming from. Anyways, we'll go to step 4. Define the path operation function. This is our path operation function. Path is slash, operation is get, function is the function below the decorator, below at app.get in the path. Async def route. This is a Python function. It will be called by FastAPI whenever it receives a receives a request to the URL dot slash get operation. In the case, it is an async function. You can also define the normal function instead of async def route. If you don't know what's the difference, async curry. Yeah, we saw about this yesterday.
लिस्ट आहे ना त्याच्यामध्ये ते नाव आहे पण तुमचं ते काहीतरी 50 पर्यंत आहे ते विदाउट कोलॅटरल मिळेल.
Yes, we are back. Cool. Yeah, so I was just trying to gather this information back. So yesterday we read that if there is a function that needs to wait for an IO operation or for it to finish, we'll use async so that our program will know it can attend different tasks and it will not just block the resource. So async basically optimizes our API, and we just return the content, which is okay. You can return. Oh, okay. They have returned a dictionary. We can return anything. Description, message, successful response. Message hello world. Do we see hello world here? No, because this is not documentation. Yes, this is hello world. Yo yo yo. Okay, you can return anything. You can also return pydantic models. We'll see more about that later. There are many other objects and models that will be automatically converted to JSON, including ORMs. Try using your favorite one. It's probable that they are already supported. That will be automatically converted to JSON. Okay, ORM, I know it is something related to SQL, but let's check that again. What are ORM? Object relational mapper. Our tools are programming techniques that serve as a bridge between the relational database and object programming. Object-oriented programming languages, they translate data between two different representation relational tables in databases and objects in programming languages, allowing the developers to interact with the database data using the objects instead of writing raw SQL queries. Okay, recap: import FastAPI, create an app instance, write the operation, define the path operation function, and then run the development server. So what we can check here is, let's hello world, and then again I write app dot get, not items dot id, but instead name, and then I do async def name, return Chirag age. Okay, Chirag Patel nahi, Patil. I go to my FastAPI, go slash name, we have Chirag, slash age 20, slash full name Chirag. Alright, let's go to the next part. Path parameters. You can declare different path parameters or variables with the same syntax used in Python format string. You can declare the path parameters of variables with the same syntax used in Python format strings. uh, Parameter is id, read items id. Okay, parameter, I think, where we from client sent it. What is this icon? Oh, link keyboard mouse to. Do we want that now? Nope. Okay. The value of the path parameters item id will be passed to your function as the argument item id. So if you run this example and go to item/foo, you will see the response item id foo. All right, let's learn this. Let's run this example. We will not delete everything, we'll just copy this function and then paste it here, item/item id. Go here, item/niga. They did not found niga here. Items/niga. Yes, we have successfully written niga here. Path parameters with types. You can declare the type of path parameters in the function using standard Python type annotations. Item id, read item id int. In this case, we declare to be. It will give you an editor supporting the function with type check errors. But what if I run this now? In the parsing, messages should be a valid integer. Right. And let's see, does it give us item id plus 1? I don't think I'm getting. Isn't it supposed to help me? It will support for error checks. Okay, one thing that I am noticing here is cursor is not giving me support for FastAPI type error catching, and let us quickly debug that. Like, if I do string here, it should give me some error, but it is not. Let's clear this and let's ask that is I am reading the FastAPI documentation, and it says is that if I use type declaration like I have done here, the editor will give me errors where required. For example, if I done. Item id plus 1, the editor must show that there is an error, but it does not in the cursor. Use internet and search to find out how I can enable this in cursor. Let's also copy this so that we can give it to ChatGPT. Both of them have finished. Let's see, cursor shows the red squiggle type error the same as VS Code, but only if Python type checker extension is installed and strictness is turned on. Here's the quickest way. Okay, we need Python type extension. Point cursor at your interpreter. Python type checker extension. Point cursor at your interpreter. Command Shift P. Python select interpreter pick. Let's try option 2. Command Shift P. Pick PENV. The system package we actually run PENV. Okay, I don't know. I see. No. But yeah, let's get the extension. What do we need? Python type checker extension. MS Python, MyPy. Okay, we have it. And now if we do one, it shows us that I can't use string. No error still here. Okay, it started giving me error. Good. One. Okay. And if I do, yes, nice, very nice. We have solved this one bug. Back to learning. So what was happening was I was using FastAPI, but in the documentation they say that using type hints my editor can give me errors, but in cursor this wasn't happening, partly because this was not working, but this is, I don't know how to fix this, but an easy workaround was to get the type checker extension. So this is what we did, and we move on now. In this case the item id is declared as int. This will give support inside. Yes, so this wasn't happening with me, and I was getting some errors, not errors, but I wasn't getting anything, so which is why we fixed this now. Cool. Data conversion, if you run this example in your browser and at this one, you will see the response. Yes, nice. Notice that if your value of the function receives return 3 as a Python int and not a string. So with that type declaration, FastAPI gives automatic request parsing, data validation. If you go to the browser at this item/foo, you will see nice HTTP error of. Why is it so slow? You will see nice HTTP error. Yes, we got this. Let us see here. Yes, error. Because of the path parameter item ID had the value of foo, it is not just int. The same error would appear if you provided float instead of int. Okay, nice. Fast API is really good for uh, type checking. So when I will be making some APIs for my AI application, this is really useful because most of the time I'll be using structured responses that I need to uh, give to my LLM calls. So this is nice. So with the same Python type declaration, FastAPI gives you data validation. Notice that the error also clearly states exactly the point where the validation didn't pass. This is incredibly helpful while developing debugging code. Yes, the message input should be a valid input, unable to pass the integer input foo. Correct. Documentation. When you open your browser at /doc, you will see automatic interactive API documentation like /docs. We have seen this, but uh, I don't know how to use this doc. So we have get request, which is from root anim. Okay, we have a message from Ankit. Let's see what does he say. Okay, guys, I think I need to pause the stream. Okay, guys, I will be back in a minute. All right. So, guys, this is Manali, one of my consultant. Um, I didn't get into any college with her, but now she sent me a letter from Newcastle. I will just say hi, Manali. Thanks, and then we can show her this University of Bristol. I just admit. We will just show her this particular thing. Okay. Let's show. And now I need to send my other consultant some docs. So where do I find a background screen? Do we have something? We'll just play this video on loop. Let's add a media source. Reset. Yeah, this one. On loop. Does it work? Yes. You can look at this till now. I can until I can send the documents. We are getting a call. Okay. Hello.
Morning, Chirag.
Hi, Achal. Good morning.
Hi. after 1 year. So evaluate this, understand this. I would say even talk to people and then take a decision. Anyway, अभी इसमें ऐसा तो है नहीं कि 5 दिन में पे करना है या डेडलाइन कोई है. उसमें है क्या कोई डेडलाइन पे करने का?
उसमें है ना, हाँ डेडलाइन है बट वो अगस्त में, बट हाँ
अगस्त में ना. So here some you have some time in hand. Evaluate it well.
यस
Understand what है ना. नहीं मुझको नहीं चाहिए. Understand what works better for you and then take a call.
yep
Of course, given the fact that you applied Nickassus to us, I would definitely be happy to help you out for this, if you decide on this. Okay. In fact, I'll also ask Garima to, kind of give you an overview once.
yes
And then you see
okay
what works better for you. उस हिसाब से फिर बताओ. ठीक है?
चलेगा.
Cool.
all right,
ठीक है चिराग.
thank you
Thank you.
have a good day. Bye bye.
You too. Bye bye.
Newcastle. Okay, okay, sorry. We will be right back. Wait, guys. FastAPI is our priority, but I need to do some things. What does he need? This guy needs my documents. What do we have? Aadhaar. Oh, we got Claude. I will show you guys. In a day or even today, if we finish FastAPI earlier, we will build an MCP server. Ooh, brother, very good. Very good. We need application documents. What? Aadhaar card. हेलो. हाँ जी अंकित. हाँ
ऐसा थोड़ी है, मैं कैसे दे दूंगा? देखो, जब तक आपको किसी भी चीज में कंसेंट नहीं आता ना,
हाँ हाँ.
तब तक हम लोग आपको यहाँ पे कि अगर आप मुझे कंसेंट नहीं देते अप्लाई करने को, तो मैं आपके डॉक्यूमेंट लेके भी कुछ नहीं कर सकता।
नहीं नहीं वैसा नहीं, क्योंकि शायद मैं एसबीआई से ही लोन लूँगा. तो अगर इन्होंने
हाँ,
इधर से प्रोसेस करके मेरा सिबिल स्कोर वापस अफेक्ट हो जाएगा ना, तो फिर मेरे को लोन में बाद में.
नहीं 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 नहीं, ये लोन टीम के पास जाता ही नहीं है।
ठीक
ये
है ठीक
देखो,
है.
लोन टीम के पास नहीं जाएगा। अभी आप मुझे एक घंटे भी नहीं, आधे घंटे भी दो, मैं ना इसको कोटेशन बनवा के आपको शेयर कर देता हूँ।
ठीक है चलेगा.
ठीक।
ओके थैंक यू.
ओके।
ओके. Okay guys, we are back to learning things. Okay, where were we were here. Docs. It opened the docs. You will see automatic interactive API documentation. And this is nice. If I open Swagger UI, I will see what all request this particular API accept, like name, full name, read item. Item is integer, and can I try this request here? Item ID, try it out. Oh yes, item ID is 6. Execute, and we got the response. Item ID this, details, item ID, response body. Nice. This is nice. And we don't need Postman to test this out, which is a great thing, in my opinion. Is the voice too high? Okay. Anyways. Shout out to Puneet Chogule. Shout out. हाँ हाँ. Okay, now standard based benefits, alternative documentation. And because the generated schema is from OpenAPI standard, there are many compatibilities. Because of this, FastAPI provide an alternate API documentation using Redoc, which you can access through Redoc. Redoc actually looks nice. Let's see, Redoc, yes. Can I use it? Open API, Chirag, name, age. We have foo, item ID, path parameter, item ID required. Integer, okay, we know it is integer. Can we try it here? But we cannot try this here. So docs is useful than this one. In the same way, there are many compatibilities, including code generation tools for many languages. Pydantic. All the data validation is performed under the hood by Pydantic, so you get all the benefits from it, and you know you are in good hands. You can use the same type declaration, string, float, boot, boolean, and many other complex data types. Several of these are explored in the next chapter of the tutorial. Let's try something Pydantic. From Pydantic, import base model. Item is name, description, price. Alright. Then how can I use? See, they asked me to create item. No item. Eh, can I? Okay, brother. Item. Several of these are explored in the next chapter of the tutorial. Order matters. When creating path operations, you can find situations where you have a fixed path like user slash me. Like, let's say that it's to get data about the current user, and then you also have a path user slash user ID to get data about a specific user by some specific ID. Because path operations are evaluated in order, you need to make sure that the path for user slash me is declared before the one for user slash user ID. From FastAPI, import FastAPI app slash FastAPI app.get user slash me. Order is important. Okay, otherwise, because the path operation is evaluated in order, you need to make sure that the path for user slash me is declared before one. Oh, okay. Otherwise, the path for user slash user ID would also match for user slash me, thinking that it's receiving a parameter user ID with the value me. Similarly, you cannot redefine path operations. The first one will always be used in the first path matches. Alright, so we need to be careful. If we are hard coding something, we need to make sure it is put first before our dynamic thing. Otherwise, the path for user slash user ID would match also for user slash me, thinking that it's receiving parameter user ID with the value me. Similarly, you cannot redefine path operation. App.get users, yes. Predefined values. If you have a path operation that receives a path parameters, but you want possible valid path parameter values to be predefined, you can use standard Python enum. If you have path operations that receive path parameter, but you want a possible valid path parameter values to be okay, I don't understand. Let's see further. Create an enum class, import enum and create a subclass that inherits string and from enum. inherits from string and from enum. When inheriting string, the API docs will be able to know that the values must be of the type string, will be able to render correctly. Then create a class attributes with fixed values which will be available for the valid values. From enum import enum, from FastAPI import FastAPI. Model name, okay, class model name string enum, alexnet, resnet, lanet. If you have path operation that receive a path parameter but you want the possible valid path parameters to be predefined, okay, predefined, like if I want to use only these particular models, I will make a class name model name, then import enum and create a subclass that inherits from string and enum. Now if I make a get request from models.get model name, async def get model name is model name takes the parameter which is a model name class, or if the model name is this dot alexnet, then this dot lanet, return residuals. If you are wondering, we know guys, these are networks, deep learning neural networks. Enumerations are available in Python since 3.4. Let's quickly see what are enums in Python. Quickly explain me what are enums. Enum, short for enumeration in Python, is a way to define a set of named constant values that are grouped together under a single class. They make your code more readable, less error prone, easier to maintain by replacing magic numbers or string with meaningful name. To create an enum, you import enum from enum. Why do they make this kind of things? Import from enum, import enum module, and define class that inherits from it. Again, enum, short for enumerations, are in Python way to define a set of named constant values that are grouped together under a named constant value. They make your code more readable, less error prone, easier to maintain. Okay, so it's better to have enum. If model okay, so let's try this and experiment with this. If I give model slash lanet, it receives Lassian and all the images. And alexnet, deep learning, ftw. Hi. Message input should be alexnet, resnet, lanet, because we have given here model name instance which is enum inherited, and it only has constant values. It recognizes this and therefore expected lanet, resnet. What is resnet? Have some residuals. declare a path parameter, then create a path parameter with type annotation using enum class we just created. You created model name from enum import enum FastAPI import FastAPI class model AlexNet ResNet LayNet. A path parameter. Create a path parameter with type annotation using the enum class you just created model name. Path parameter. This is our, what is this called? Oh, let us see docs. Available values. LayNet, AlexNet. Working with Python enumeration. The value of the path parameter will be an enumeration number. Compare enumeration number. You can compare it with the enumeration number you created. Enum model name. From enum import enum, from FastAPI import FastAPI. Yes, Puneet, nice question. REST API is a standard. FastAPI is a Python framework that kind of uses this REST API standard to create REST APIs that we can write in Python. I hope that is clear. Easy peasy. You can get the actual value string in this case using the model name dot value. Yes, thank you so much. You can get the actual value a string in this case using model name dot value, or in general your enum member dot value. Thank you so much. I hope with this knowledge you can build your network applications really fast using Python. I know you use terminal all the time, but you can once try cursor. Cursor is a nice IDE, and I can show you a method to get it for free. From enum import enum from FastAPI. Okay. It takes the parameter model name, which is an instance of model name class, and it checks if the model name is AlexNet LayNet. You can also access the value in LayNet. Dot value model name dot. Model name dot LayNet. Return enumeration numbers. Okay, this one is little bit tricky. They say this is model name. It is just a variable which takes model name instance, which is enum, and let's see what if I just print here model name dot alexnet dot value print model name dot alexnet. AI is fucked up. Model name dot alexnet. What do we get here? We have this running. We get alexnet and we get model name dot alexnet. Okay, so if model okay, so all right, so basically we pass here string, but this string will check if it is model name instance, of alexnet. So let's say we passed here alexnet, it will be checking model name dot alexnet is model name dot alexnet, like this one, which is simply model name dot alexnet. If model name dot value, then we can directly like this. Okay, fair enough. Return enumeration number. You can return enum members from your path operation, even nested in JSON object, example dictionary. They will be converted to their corresponding value string in this case before returning to the client. You can return enum members from your path operation, even nested JSON body. They will be converted to the corresponding. Ooh, guys, wait a second. CR SMS. हेलो, हाँ जी अंकित।
या आपको मिली अभी वो कोटेशन?
हाँ जी मिल गई।
आप एक बार ओपन कर दो, मैं आपको एक बार समझा देता हूँ क्या
ओके।
क्या करना होता है।
हाँ मैंने अभी खोल लिया वो।
ओके, अब देखो उसमें स्टार्टिंग में ना आपका एक वहाँ पे लिखा हुआ होगा, एक मिनट, रेमिटेंस इंफॉर्मेशन और रेफरेंस, लाइक पेमेंट इंस्ट्रक्शन के नीचे आप देखोगे तो रेमिटेंस इंफॉर्मेशन एंड रेफरेंस एक होगा UOB827 करके।
कौन से पेज नंबर पे? फर्स्ट पेज पे है क्या?
फर्स्ट पेज पे।
हाँ रेमिटेंस इंफॉर्मेशन, हाँ मिल गया, मुझे दिख गया।
हाँ, वो आपको एक चेक लेके जाना होगा अपना।
हाँ
ठीक है, उस चेक के पीछे ना ये रेफरेंस नंबर लिख देना।
ओके
ठीक है, आप सबसे नीचे चले जाओ।
ओके
सबसे नीचे आई मीन वहाँ आ जाओ जहाँ पे आपका ये लिखा हुआ है। सॉरी, मैं आपको बताता हूँ कौन सा पेज नंबर है। पेज नंबर 2 पे आओ। सॉरी, पेज नंबर 2 पे आओ।
हाँ
पेज नंबर 2 पे आप देख रहे हो वहाँ पे बेनिफिशियरी रिसिप्ट नेम लिखा हुआ है, IFSC कोड, बेनिफिशियरी यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ ब्रिस्टल। हाँ, तो आपको बस यही चीज लेके जाना है वहाँ पे। इसका प्रिंट आउट निकाल लो और एक चेक लेके, और वो UOB नंबर जो मैंने आपको स्टार्टिंग में बताया था ना, वो पीछे चेक पे लिख देना।
ओके
ओके,
ठीक है।
जैसे आप ये करोगे पहले आपको वो ये प्रोवाइड करेंगे, लाइक वो तो बैंक जो आपको रिसिप्ट देती है, ठीक है।
ओके
फिर आपको जैसे ही आपका ट्रांजैक्शन उधर से इनिशिएट हो जाएगा, आपको फ्लाईवायर की तरफ से एक मैसेज भी आएगा।
ओके
क्या आप उससे क्या कर सकते हो, आप उससे चेक कर सकते हो कि अब आपका लाइक अपने पैसे को ट्रैक कर सकते हो।
ओके
उसमें डायरेक्ट लिख भी देगा, जब यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ ब्रिस्टल आपका पैसा पहुंचेगा तो आपको वहाँ शो भी होगा कि वहाँ आपका पैसा पहुंच गया है।
ओके
फिर आपको तुरंत आपको वहाँ से मेल भी आ जाएगा रिसिप्ट का।
ओके समझ गया।
ठीक है, देखो या तो ये फ्राइडे कल भी हो जाएगा, ठीक है।
हाँ हाँ
मैक्स टू मैक्स टाइम ले लेता है, क्योंकि ऐसा हो जाता है मैं आपको बोल दूं कल के कल मैं आपको रिसिप्ट देता हूँ, नहीं आया तो आदमी थोड़ा घबरा जाता है कि
हाँ,
यार
हाँ।
आपने बोला था। तो इसलिए मंडे तक अपने माइंड में लेके चलो कि मंडे तक तो आपका श्योर शॉट आ जाएगा।
ठीक है, मतलब मंडे तक ब्रिस्टल के पास पैसा पहुंच जाएगा।
नहीं, मंडे तक आपको मेल आ जाएगा आपके रिसिप्ट का।
अच्छा
देखो बात ऐसा होता है, आप अपने पेरेंट्स को जाके बोलोगे तो उन्हें क्या मतलब आपने कहाँ से भेजा क्या किया,
हाँ
रिसिप्ट मैटर करता है।
हाँ वही।
तो इसलिए मैंने रिसिप्ट बोला आपको।
हाँ हाँ ठीक है।
ठीक है, ठीक है। आप ये ना मुझे एक बार करके और मुझे वो भेज देना ना एक बार स्क्रीनशॉट।
हाँ ये होने के बाद मुझे मेल आएगा क्या?
हाँ, ये जब आप पैसा वहाँ ये कर लोगे ना, जैसे मैंने अभी आपको आप जाके पे करोगे बैंक को।
हाँ हाँ
ठीक है, बैंक को जैसे ही पे करोगे एक तो आपको बैंक रिसिप्ट है अपने एंड से।
हाँ हाँ
फिर आपको एक मैसेज भी आएगा फ्लाई वायर की तरफ से।
ओके
फ्लाई वायर आपको क्या कर देते हैं कि फ्लाई वायर आपको एक ट्रैक आईडी देते हैं, जैसे हम लोग अपना कुछ भी चीज ट्रैक करने के लिए, तो आप उस पर ट्रैक करके देख सकते हो कि आपका पैसा अभी ब्रिस्टल तक पहुंचा कि नहीं।
हाँ
ठीक है, उसके बाद आपको ब्रिस्टल से भी एक मेल आ जाता है, रिसिप्ट आता है आपको, ऑफिशियल रिसिप्ट जिसको हम लोग कहते हैं।
ओके
ओके, तो ये कोशिश करो ना 3 बजे के पहले तो जाके ना बैंक में सबमिट कर दो।
ओके।
कोशिश करूंगा यार कल ही तक आपको रिसिप्ट भी आ जाए आपका।
ठीक है ठीक है
ठीक है,
ठीक है
आप बस वो जब करोगे तो उसका आपको जो रिसिप्ट का एक बार मुझे वो भेज देना स्क्रीनशॉट।
चलेगा। ये रिसिप्ट का मतलब ईमेल आज ही आएगा ना?
मैं आपको एक तो आपको मेल आएगा।
नहीं आपको स्क्रीनशॉट किसका भेजना है वो समझ में नहीं आया।
स्क्रीनशॉट नहीं, जब आप बैंक में ट्रांसफर करोगे ना
हाँ हाँ
तो वो आपको उसके जगह कुछ रिसिप्ट
हाँ हाँ हाँ
करते हैं,
हाँ हाँ
उसका रिसिप्ट का फोटो भेजना।
ठीक।
रिसिप्ट आपको आपके मेल पे आएगा, वो हमारे पास नहीं आता, वो डायरेक्ट स्टूडेंट को भेजते हैं।
ठीक है समझ गया। ठीक है चलेगा।
3 बजे के पहले कर देना।
हाँ हाँ चलेगा।
ओके
ओके ओके बाय बाय। सेवन 8 9 10 11। 1400. Something is wrong. Okay guys, there is something issue with my camera. I will fix it. We will start our learning again very soon. Video capture. This is iPhone camera. So the thing is, I don't have a camera. We got it. Where is that iPhone camera? iPhone 41 camera. Oh yes, we are back again. Let's delete this one. Remove. All right. We got few messages. Let's see. When going August, start September. All right, we are still on the first page. We are a bit slow, but let's try to do this. Okay, we are back. You can return enum members for your path operation even in a nested JSON body example. They will be converted to corresponding value strings in this case before returning them to the client. Model name.alexnet, model name.value have some residuals. Path parameters containing paths. Let's say you have a path operation with the path file / path name, but you need file path itself to contain a path like home John Doe file.txt. So your URL for that text would be something like files home file.txt open API. Big people. This guy is pretends he is busy. Let us throw him a GIF. Cat typing. Open API support. Open API doesn't always support the way you declare path parameter to contain a path inside, as that could lead to scenarios that are difficult to test and define. Nevertheless, you can still do it in FastAPI using one of the internet tools from Starnet. As per my calculation, it is I have a sheet. Untitled sheet. Is it Bristol? Collateral free, that is okay. I will not say this. Through an internal tools from Starlet. Let me try to. And the docs would. मत कर लाला मत कर. and the docs code still works, although not adding any documentation telling that the parameter should contain a path converter. Using an option directly from Starlet, you can declare a path parameter containing a path using a URL like /files path, a file path parameter. In this case, the name of the parameter is file path, and the last part is the path that tells you the parameter should match any path. So you can use it with file path, and this is the path. You could need the parameter with a leading slash. In that case, the URL would be file/home with a double slash between files and home. In that case, the URL would be file/home John Doe my file with a double slash between files and home. I recap with the FastAPI using short initiative. Okay, let's test this so that we can understand. We have app.get. We don't need this. We already have app to FastAPI. File path is path. Then if I go to Swagger UI, /docs, we have file path. Right up. Text-txt and we'll execute it. Recap with FastAPI by using short, intuitive, standard Python type declarations, you get editor support, error checks, auto completion, etc. Data parsing, data validation, data parsing, converting the string that comes from HTTP into Python data parsing, data validation, API annotation, automated documentation. You can also have to declare them once, and that's probably the main visible advantage. Data parsing, data conversion. Okay, let's go to the next steps. Query parameter. When you declare other function parameters that are not part of path parameters, they are automatically interpreted as query parameters. automatically interpreted as query parameters. From FastAPI import FastAPI app is equals to FastAPI fake item tb item name को item name bus async def. So when you declare other function parameters that are not part of the path parameters, they are automatically interpreted as query parameters. क्या बोल रहा है ये? That are not part of path parameters. Okay. Fake items. If I have a list of dictionaries, item name, some item names, items, async def, read item, skip, it takes skip as an input, limit as an input, fake item, skip. I don't understand this. This query is the set of key value pairs that go after question mark in URL separated by end characters. For example, skip is to 0, skip is items where skip is. The query parameters are okay. So these are path parameters and query parameters. As they are the part of the URL, they are naturally strings. Are natural string, but when you declare them with Python types in the upper, they are converted to the type and to that type and validated against it. And all the same process that applied for path parameters also applied for query parameter. Editor support obviously data parsing, data validation, automatic documentation. Default, as the query parameter is not fixed part of the path, they can be optional and can have default values. In the example, they have default values 0 and 0. So going to the URL items would be same as going to this one. But for example, if you go to skip is equals to 20, the parameter values in your function will be skip is equals to 20 because you set it in URL. Limit is equals to 10 because that was the default value. Let's try this one out. Slash items. Not one, but just slash items. Skip. Fake items database of skip plus limit. Oh, I see now. Skip. So I will now just get first element of that list. I see it now. Query parameters are skip value with value 0, limit with value 10. As they are a part of URL, they are naturally string. But when you declare them with Python types in the example above as int, they are converted to the type, to that type validated against it. Alright, default. Default value. As the query not fixed path, they can be optional, can have default values. In example, because they have default value skip 0 limit 0. So going to the URL items is the same, but if you want to go this, okay, path parameter will be skip 20 limit 10, skip plus limit, yes, optional parameter. The same way you can declare optional query parameter by setting their default to none. Item async def item id string query string or none. Query string or none is equals to none. Why do we need is equals to? If q return item id q return item id. Oh yes. Let's try item slash item id. Read item. Okay, since we already have this, so let's run it like this. Item id 1. And if it is none, it is not. Slash 1 q is equals to so on. I see. So this is mandatory path parameter and this is a query parameter. How do we know if it is a query parameter? Okay, query parameter, we just put it inside the function. Let's go to quickly path parameter. Did we not have anything in the item? Yes, we did have. So why did this not act as the query parameter? Function parameter. I see. So when we define function parameters that are not part of path parameter, they are automatically. Good thing, FastAPI, good. Now my question is, in this code, do I need is equals to none in the function parameters? Can't I just str one great question, key distinction. You do need is equals to none in this case. Just writing string is not enough to make q optional. Slash specifies the type, meaning the variable can be the same, but making the function optional you need to assign the value none. I see. It can accept none, but optional is none. So this will also work. So str equals to none will also work, right? Yeah, absolutely correct. str works. It will not work. It's just that it will. In this case, the functional parameter q will be optional and will be none by default. Also notice that FastAPI is smart enough to notice that the path parameter item id is a path parameter and q is not. I'm just standing up. There is one more thing. My Apple Watch just broke up. So, do you have any idea how to fix it? I will check. Let's see. Apple Watch SE screen. Third part. Let's see if we have anyone who does this where I live. We'll take Google Maps. Apple repair. We don't want authorized actually. Apple repair. Authorized will take gadget doctor. Let's call them. I need to use my mobile. Let's pause this. Kolhapur folks have fancy numbers. This guy isn't picking up. We'll try another. 66665.
This number, it will be resumed post recharge.
ಈ ನಂಬರ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ಕಮಿಂಗ್ ಕರೆಗಳು ಲಭ್ಯವಿಲ್ಲ. ರೀಚಾರ್ಜ್ ಮಾಡಿದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಈ ಸೇವೆಯನ್ನು
What the fuck, guys? You guys can see me now. Let's try another method. Oopsie. But you don't know. Okay. You want this number. WhatsApp.ma. Hello. Let's also try messaging this guy. See screen replacement. Let's try calling this guy. हॅलो. टेक्नो केअर मध्ये लागलाय काय? ते ॲपल वॉच एसीची स्क्रीन फुटल्या, ती मिळते काय तुमच्याकडे? फोटो या नंबरवर व्हॉट्सअप आहे? बरोबर करतो, पाठवतो. ओके, दिस गाय वॉन्ट्स इमेज. Where were we? We will resume. can also declare bool values while they will be converted. Bool is equals to false. Default is false. Short. If not short, this is amazing. It is a long description. Or any other case of variation. The function receive the parameter short with the bool value of true, otherwise it's false. Okay, nice. 1, 2, 2 on, yes. Multiple path and query parameters. You can declare multiple path parameters and query parameters at the same time. FastAPI knows which is which, and you don't have to declare them in any specific order. They will be detected by name. User ID slash item slash user ID, item ID, short. What this guy say? Screen replacement is it's me. Okay, after this we will have lunch, or maybe not, maybe one chess game. You can declare multiple and you don't have to declare them in a specific order. User ID item. Not in a specific order. This one. Item is equal. Okay, item is equal to item ID, owner ID. Item dot update q q. We need to try this function. So moral of the story, don't break your Apple Watch screen. You will see user slash user slash one slash item, what items slash one item ID description. It's a long description. Since we already defined that user ID will come after users, we declare it here anywhere, it doesn't matter. It is item. Okay, dictionary has a method called updated. Fastly. Q not false. Item dot update Q. Okay. If not short, if short is not. I see. Q and short are our query parameters. Required query parameters. When you declare the default value of the non-path parameters, for now we have only seen query parameters, then it is not required. If you don't want to add a specific value, but just make it up, set the default, and then but when you want to make the query parameter required, you just cannot declare the default value. You can just not declare any default. Here the query parameter needy is a required parameter. Without when you open your browser URL without adding query parameter needy, you will see an error like fields required null input URL missing location query missing type is missing query parameter needy and is it string VW. Needy is a required parameter. Soon day. Okay, and of course some of the parameters are required. In this case there are 3 query parameters: needy, skip, limit is an optional, skip and end with a default value of 0. So if I don't put items is not found, what we need is item ID. Query item ID needy item ID. Item ID 1. Item ID is okay. Item ID string. Alright. Hello. Jordan Peterson.
To become competent.
Do you want to be competent and dangerous, or do you want to be vague and useless? It is definitely the case that there is no more exceptional form of the anxious.
The pause.
And I would think about this because I'll tell you what it is. And I would think about this because I'll tell you what it is that you need to do to be successful. Some of these things aren't so malleable, but others are things that you can work on. Well, IQ, well, that's a rough one because there's no evidence. Well, so, and to do that. And so what are the potential sources of motivation? Well, you could think about them in the big five manner. If you're extroverted, you want friends. Blind about when I fail. That's fine, except you'll fail all the time then. You're just going to hit something if you don't know what it is. That isn't going to happen. One of the things that you're going to insist upon is that at the end of the day, you're not in worse shape than you were than at the beginning of the day, right? So then I learned about Piaget, and Piaget had some very interesting ideas, and I think I've told you already what Piaget was up to. They evolved, as far as I can tell, right? They evolved collectively, is that our society, and this is the dominance hierarchy idea. Dominance hierarchies set themselves up as a matter of course. They're the standard.
You should push yourself beyond your limits of tolerance in your 20s to find out where it is. How much can you work? How disciplined can you become? Like, can you work 12 hours a day? Can you work 8 hours a day? Can you work 3 hours a day? Like, flat out. And I see
young women all the time struggling to figure out what to do with their lives because they have no idea how to have a job / career and a family. So, and there's no answer to that. It's a really difficult problem. You know, and there's all sorts of ideas, like I did a lot of consulting for law firms for a long time, about a decade, and I had a lot of clients who were extremely high-functioning female lawyers, younger ones, trying to figure out how to balance their career with their desire to have a life. And, you know, you hear all the time about women being denied access to positions of power, and that's the consequence of prejudice and oppression. It's like, yeah, everything is caused by the same thing first. Right, you have got one causal principle, wonderful, now you're a philosopher. You can figure out everything with it. It's like the law firms cannot keep their women in their 30s. They cannot keep them, the big law firms. They all leave. Why? Because the women hit 30, they're brilliant, conscientious, intelligent, they were deadly in high school, deadly in university, they nailed law school, they whipped through their articling, they made partner by the time they were 30. It was like they're in a rocket to the top position. What do they find when they get there? 80-hour work weeks, right? Because that's one of the things you want to think about. You know, you think that the people who run things are sitting at home smoking big cigars and like telling their minions what to do. It's like that's like the 1920s millionaire that's on the cover of the Monopoly game. That's no sociological analysis. I know lots of people like that, and they work all the time, from the second they wake up till the second they go to sleep. And they don't just casually work. You know, because I know some of you go to the library for 6 hours and you say, well, I studied in the library for 6 hours. Like, no, you didn't. You studied for half an hour. And you had coffee and you looked through Facebook and, you know, you went home and you said, well, I studied for 6 hours, and you're happy about it. But you know bloody well you didn't. Partly because you can't. You know, I can only read for about 3.5 hours till I'm done. And I'm pretty good at it. So these people who are running things, there's corrupt people, obviously, but the vast majority of them, first, are self-made, and second, they're so bloody efficient and smart, you cannot believe it. And they work 80 hours a week. And most of them happen to be men. And why is that? Because there are a small number of insane men who will do nothing but work 80 hours a week. And no matter where you put them, if you put them in the middle of a forest with an axe, all they would do is run around chopping down trees. So the issue isn't, why aren't there more women in positions of power? It's, why are there any men insane enough ever to occupy those positions? You know, because we also know, and the data on this is very clear, what's the relationship between money and well-being? Once you have enough money to keep the bill collectors from your door, so once you have enough money to stave off misery, which is sort of lower middle class, something like that in our society,
maybe a little lower than that. Extra money does not help you. It does not improve your life. So why bother with it? Well, that's what the women in the law firms think. It's like most of them, by the time they're in their 30s, are married. Almost all of them are married to men who make as much money or more than they do, because that's what women go for cross-culturally. 4 to 5 years older, equal or higher in the socioeconomic status. So their husbands already make $350,000 a year. It's like they think, well, I don't need much more money. The men use money to keep track of the competition, by the way, because all the male lawyers that I talk to are usually real hard-ass guys, really low in agreeableness, really high in conscientiousness, like conservative types, low in openness as well. And they want to win. And the reason they care about their damn bonus at the end of the year isn't even so much because of the money, it's because they got a much bigger bonus than the other son of a bitch sitting beside them, and they're happy about that. So there's a real brass knuckles competition that drives these sorts of things. But we get things backwards so often in psychology and in sociology. It's not why there aren't more women in positions of power, it's why do any men want.
Hello?
I'm speaking with Mr. Sheer.
No, it's Chirag here.
Yeah, hi, Freddie here. Actually, I came across.
Okay, I need to download these images. Okay, we have finished this query params. Okay, Let's go to request body. Request body. When you need to send data from a client, let's say a browser, to your API, you send it as a request body. A request body is the data sent by the client to your API. A response body is the data your API sends to the client. A response body is the data that API sends to the client. Your API almost has to send the response, always has to send a response body, but client don't necessarily need to send the request bodies all the time. Sometimes they only request a path and maybe some query parameters, but don't send a body. To declare a request body, you use pydantic models with all their power and benefits information. To send data, you should use one of post, the more common; put. To send the data, you should post, the more common; put, delete, or patch. Sending the post is more common. Sending a body with a GET request has an undefined behavior in the specifications. Nevertheless, it is supported by FastAPI only for very complex / extreme use cases. Sending a body with a GET request has an undefined behavior in the specifications. Nevertheless, it is supported by FastAPI for complex extreme use. Sending a body with a GET request has an undefined behavior in specification. Nevertheless, it is supported by FastAPI only for the complex and extreme use. As it is discouraged, the interactive docs with Swagger UI won't show the documentation of the body while using GET, and the proxies in the middle might not support. Okay, sending a body with a GET request is an undefined behavior in specific. Nevertheless, it is supported by FastAPI. We will not use it, we will just use the common post method. Now we will take about how request body is getting used with Pydantic based model. First, we need to import the base model from Pydantic. From Pydantic, import base model, then a class item base model, name string, define. Okay, so what this will do is this will just define the types. We will define the types here earlier, which is a good practice, and then we will create app.post item, async def create item, return item. Create your data model, then you declare your data model as a class inherits from base model using standard types. Okay, yes, we have declared the base model. The same as when declaring query parameters. When a model attribute has the default value, it is not required, otherwise it is required. Use none to make it just optional. For example, this model above declares a JSON object for Python dictionary like name, foo, description, price, tax. As description and tax are optional, description, yes, with a default value of none, this JSON object will also be valid name and price. Declares a JSON object, or like a Python, declare it as a parameter. To add your path to the operation, declare the same way you declare the path and query parameters. So slash items and items. So whenever we slash items, and then with the request body of the item, that will state name of the item, description, price and tax. Okay, results. With just that Python type declaration, FastAPI will read the body of the request as JSON, convert the corresponding types if needed, validate the data. If the data is invalid, it will return a nice and cleaner error indicating exactly where and what was the incorrect data. If the data is invalid, it will return a nice and clear error indicating exactly what the data was incorrect. Give you the received data in the parameter item. As you declared in the function of both type item, you will also have all the editor support completion for all the attributes and their types. Give you the received data and the parameter item. As you declared it in the function to be of type item, you will also have all the editor support completion for the attributes and their types. Okay, this one is tricky. I was thinking about something else. Let's try again. Results. With just that Python type declaration, FastAPI will read the body of the request as JSON, convert the corresponding types, validate the data. If the data is invalid, it will return a nice and clear error indicating the exactly what, where and what was incorrect in the data. Give you the received data in the parameter item. As you declared the function to be of the type item, it will also have all the editor support completion for all the attributes and their types. Generate a JSON schema definitions in your model. You can also use them anywhere else if you like, if it makes sense to your project. Those schemas will be part of the generated OpenAI can be used automatically by the automatic documentation UIs, automatic docs. The JSON schemas of your models will be part of your OpenAPI generated schema and will be shown in the interactive docs. It will also be used in the API docs inside each path operation that needs them. It will also be used in the API docs inside each path operation that needs them. Editor support. In your editor inside your function, you will get type hints completion everywhere. This wouldn't happen if you just received a dict instead of a pydantic model. Nice. So we'll use pydantic model. If you also get error checks and incorrect type operations, unsupported type operation, because this item dot name is a string, item price cannot. Okay, good. This is not by chance. The whole framework was built around that design, and it was roughly tested at the design phase before any implementation to ensure it would work with all editors. There were even some changes to the pydantic model itself to support this. The previous screenshot was taken in VS Studio Code, but you will get the same error. Same editor supported PyCharm and most of the other Python editors. If you use PyCharm as your editor, you can use pydantic PyCharm plugin. This improves the editor support for pydantic models with auto completion, type checks, refactoring, searching, inspection. Use the model. Inside of the function, you can access all the attributes of the model objects directly. Can use all the attributes of the model objects directly. Yes, item dict is item.dictionary. Item.text is not none. Do I need to convert this into dictionary? Cannot. I need to convert this. Can I not use item.text directly? If I want this is the case. Great question is the clarification. Can you? Yes, you can use item dot identity model. The dot value is used for enum types, not for standard. Okay, now I have a question. Should I use enum or biden? Restrict use pydentic models and define. Stick to pydentic. Request body plus path parameter. We can declare path parameters. You can declare path parameters and request body at the same time. FastAPI will recognize the function parameters that match path parameter should be taken from the path, and that the function parameters are declared to be pydentic models. FastAPI will recognize the function parameters that match the path parameters should be taken from the path, and the function parameter declared to be pydentic model should be taken from the request body. So this is all of what we have done until query params. It's just that we are declaring that in a pydentic model. So here we have name, description, price and tax, and update item text, item id. Item id is in path parameter, so it is path parameter. Item is not, but item is in item is a query parameter. And item is an instance of the item model, item pydentic model. Request body plus path plus query parameter. Okay, request body. So this is the request body. And Q is our query item. Is a pydentic, so it will be needed to be sent as a request body. The function parameters will be recognized. If the parameter is also declared in the pipe, we will use the path parameter. If the parameter is of singular type, int, float, boolean, it will be interpreted as query parameter. If the parameter is declared to be of the type pydentic model, it will be interpreted as request body. FastAPI will know that the value of the queue is not required because the default value is none. The string or none or union is not used by FastAPI to determine the value is not. It will know it's not required because it has default value of none. So if it has default value, it is an optional. But adding the type annotation will allow your editor to give you better support and detect errors. Without pydentic, if you don't want to use pydentic model, You can also use body parameters. Singular values in body. I don't know. The same way okay, we will stick to Pydantic. Alright, so I need a break now. I am hungry. I will just have lunch. Let's have some YouTube video. What should we watch now? I need a 15 minutes video. 10 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes. Why Russia will collapse?
No one thought they would do it. It came as a massive surprise, and as a result, it was incredibly successful for Japan's goals. In this key Japanese military stronghold in the south of the empire, access to oil.
24 and crime surged. The alcoholic, aging President Yeltsin stood down, announces the invasion.
Okay, we'll watch this. Let me come up with the lunch plan.
24th of February 2022, Russian President Vladimir Putin announces the invasion of Ukraine, launching the biggest conflict in Europe since World War II. As Russian airstrikes pounded Ukrainian cities, Western leaders tried to cripple the Russian war machine with sweeping sanctions. They cut Russian banks out of the global financial system, banned the sale of key goods, and sought to eliminate their purchases of Russian oil and gas. Policymakers and analysts have predicted economic meltdown and a quick end to the war, but they were wrong. Fast forward 2 years, and the much hoped for collapse never came. In fact, Russia was booming, while Europe was in disarray. However, the good times might not last. The Russian central bank now forecasts GDP growth of 1.5% this year, versus a much stronger 4.3% in 2024. So what is it? Is Russia red hot, or just in the red? This is Russia, Putin's facade. Following the collapse of the Soviet Union, Russia struggled to come to grips with its declining global importance. Previously the global number 2, it had shriveled into another failed example in the communist experiment. Gorbachev had thought that moving past the closed, centrally planned Iron Curtain would be well worth it. He believed it could start a new chapter in Russia's history, where they would participate more openly in global trade and build a prosperous, modern society. But it didn't turn out like that. Under a policy of shock therapy, launched by President Boris Yeltsin, Russia liberalized its economy almost overnight. The results were disastrous. Russia's industrial output collapsed, and GDP contracted by 50% throughout the 90s. Many of the country's largest enterprises fell into the control of a small group of wealthy, politically connected oligarchs. It was a brutal decade. Living standards deteriorated significantly, and crime surged. The alcoholic, aging President Yeltsin stood down in 1999, leaving behind a poor and brittle country. Enter a new character, Yeltsin's chosen successor, Vladimir Putin. After a decade of decline, Putin wanted to put the country back on its feet. Luckily for him, he was in the right place at the right time. Russia had huge reserves of oil and gas, and global prices were surging. Between 1998 and 2008, oil prices increased fivefold, and Russian GDP per capita doubled. These natural resource reserves remain the bedrock of the country's economy. They accounted for nearly 20% of all GDP in the run-up to the invasion, 30% of the budget, and 50% of all exports. Russia has the largest natural gas reserves in the world, the second largest coal reserves, tons of uranium, nickel, gold, diamond, and more. These resources enabled Russia to become the world's 11th largest economy in nominal terms, and the 4th largest in purchasing power parity terms prior to the invasion. And this is critical, because these resources not only support Russia's economy, but more importantly, their military ambitions. After the fall of the Soviet Union, Russia hoped that NATO would either cease to exist, or that they would be invited to join. Neither happened. Given this, Russia continued to invest heavily in both their military and trade relations with the EU. In particular, Russia signed long-term deals to supply gas to Europe, comprising nearly 45% of all natural gas imports prior to 2022. By creating these economic entanglements, the hope was that skin in the game would deter retaliation for Russian war efforts. After the invasion of Ukraine, Russia was able to fund its military efforts with a steady supply of recurring cash flows from Europe. Moreover, in 2024, Russia exported 21.9 billion euros of fossil fuels to the EU, surpassing the 18.7 billion euros of aid provided to Ukraine in the same year. And global exports of fossil fuels are nearly identical to pre-war levels. Despite sanctions and efforts to cut off Russian energy sales, Russia still accounts for 19% of EU natural gas imports. Putin was right. The EU's need for Russian energy outweighed their revulsion at his invasion. And even though the world introduced sanctions to cripple Russia's economy, it was seemingly booming. From 2022 to 2024, Russia's GDP grew by 3.6%, nearly 7 times the growth of the Eurozone of 0.5%. Even Western media influencers showcase the strength of Russia, highlighting their safe streets, incredible grocery stores, and bustling society. Putin was winning the domestic political narrative. and keeping Russia wealthy and strong against a hostile outside world. But is that actually true? These numbers, although rosy, don't paint the full picture. Let's reframe this. When Putin sent troops into Ukraine, he thought it would be short and decisive. Their goals were simple: remove President Zelensky and the rest of the country's pro-Western government and replace it with a pro-Moscow regime that would put Ukraine back into Russia's sphere of influence and prevent Ukraine from joining the EU and NATO. In fact, he thought his special military operation would be so effective that Russian troops even brought uniforms so they could hold a parade on the streets of Kyiv to celebrate their victory. And he had done this before. In 2008, he sent troops into another former Soviet republic, Georgia, and successfully took control of large towns and built separatist, Moscow-backed governments. The government in Tbilisi was powerless to respond, and the world, for the most part, looked the other way. In 2014, he even sent troops into occupied Crimea, a province in southern Ukraine, and took control of the region without serious international pushback. And the result? Russia walked away untouched. 4 years later, it was hosting the World Cup. But this time was different. Unlike in Georgia, the Ukrainian defense was ferocious. Hundreds of Russian tanks were destroyed on the road to Kyiv, and Russian troops found themselves bogged down in trenches in eastern Ukraine, hiding from the buzzing drones overhead. And unlike in 2008, the West responded decisively, rolling out aggressive sanctions to cut Russia out of the global economy. Putin was forced to dig in for a long war in Ukraine, and he needed to pull out all the stops to keep his economy alive. First, Russia's central bank stepped in to stop the collapse of the ruble, hiked its policy rate up to 20% immediately after the invasion, which encouraged investors to hold the currency and reversed its collapse. And more importantly, the government pumped cash into the economy to fund the war effort, and Russia's military-industrial complex roared into action. Military spending surged by 64% in the first year of the war, and has kept climbing since. Total government expenditure is up by more than 50% since the start of the war. The government has also directed banks to lend to the defense and industrial sectors at preferential rates. Corporate debt in Russia has increased by 71% since mid-2022. Factories ramped up their production and expanded their facilities to make bullets, shells, tank tracks, you name it. That in turn boosted the economy. If any country did what Russia did, it would lead to an economic boom. Which begs the question, why don't they? Russia's economy has been on war-induced steroids for the past 3 years, but now it looks like the cracks might just be starting to show. For starters, those government policies may have boosted GDP and propped up the economy, but they also lit the fuse on runaway inflation. In 2024, inflation hit 9.5%. Russia found itself in a wage price spiral. Labor shortages and runaway government spending led to higher wages, which led to higher prices, which led workers to demand even higher wages, and so on. Real wages were up 9% last year, as factories battled with the military for access to workers, hundreds of thousands of whom were sent to the front lines in Ukraine. The Russian economy was overheating. This forced the central bank to take action. It hiked interest rates again, this time all the way up to 22% to control the inflation. For context, the European Central Bank has a policy rate of 2%, whilst China's loan prime rate is around 3 to 3.5%. These sky-high interest rates have helped to keep a lid on inflation and prop up the value of the ruble, but they have slammed the brakes on the rest of the economy. The war has pulled capital and labor away from the civilian economy and into the military-industrial complex. On top of that, as many as 1 million of Russia's most productive and qualified younger workers, such as those in the tech sector, have left the economy since the war started. According to the Russian government-affiliated Center for Macroeconomic Analysis and Short-Term Forecasting, the civilian economy is actually heading towards recession. Industrial output outside the defense sector and related industry has fallen by 1. and 6% in the first quarter of this year. Sanctions have killed off export demand for non-energy products. High interest rates stop people and companies from borrowing and investing. And with the government throwing money at defense and skilled labor, businesses are stuck paying higher wages, shrinking their margins even further. The war machine is running at maximum capacity, with little room for growth, but the civilian economy is going backwards. For example, this chart from the Bank of Finland shows that Russia's production of motor vehicles and household appliances fell by around 30% between 2021 and 2024, whilst other industries have all seen sharp falls. The takeaway is clear. Russia is throwing all the men and money at its disposal at the war effort. And in the rest of the economy, it's going into a deep freeze. Real quick, we started a Discord community. We can submit ideas, ask us questions, or even debate us. It's free, and you can find the link in the description. Now, back to the video. Now, you might argue, who cares? Russia has tons of natural resources and plenty of reliable buyers. And you'd be largely correct. Surging oil and gas revenues have helped keep the economy humming along despite sanctions. For a start, as mentioned, even some of the loudest critics of Putin's invasion found themselves unable to wean themselves off Russian oil and gas entirely. But more importantly, Russia has managed to work around sanctions and price caps to find plenty of willing buyers for its discounted oil and gas, most notably in India and China. Indian imports of Russian crude have grown tenfold since the start of the war, and the country is now the largest buyer of Russian oil. Russia is also the largest source of crude for China, which bought 108.5 million tons of it in 2024. This, combined with a related surge in global energy prices, led Russian fossil fuel export revenues to soar by 34% in the first year of the war, to a total of $407 billion US. These oil and gas revenues have been and remain a vital lifeline for the Kremlin. As long as the oil keeps pumping, the country can keep moving. But what if
Alright, we needed 10 minutes to finish our lunch. We are back to work. Query parameters and it's cold in here. Query parameters and string validation. FastAPI allows you to declare additional information and validation for your parameters. Let's take this application as example. From FastAPI, import FastAPI. app.get items. This is our query param, which is optional. We just need to call items. Now results is equal to, we are declaring a dictionary in here. If there is a query, then we will update Q and return the results. FastAPI allows you to declare additional information and validation for your parameters. Like what? The query parameter Q is of the type str none. That means that it is of type str but could also be none, and indeed the default value is none. So FastAPI will know it's not required. Of type str, and indeed the value is none. So FastAPI will know it's not required. FastAPI will know that the value of the Q is not required because of the default value none. Having str or none will allow the editor to give you better support and detect error. Additional validation. We are going to enforce that even though a Q is optional, whenever it is provided, its length doesn't exist. Additional, we are going to enforce that even though Q is optional, whenever it is provided, its length doesn't exceeds 50 characters. Import query and annotated. From typing, we import annotated. To achieve this, that we first import query from FastAPI, annotated from typing. We had seen annotated somewhere below yesterday, and I forgot what it is. Typing annotated, we are just putting its string and none, and then query max 50 length or not. FastAPI added support for annotated and started recommending it in version 0.9. What's the current version? 0.115.95.0. If you have an older version, you will get errors when using annotated. Make sure you upgrade FastAPI version to at least 195. Okay, we are using latest version, so we are good. Use annotated in the type for Q parameter. Remember I told you before that annotated can be used to add metadata to your parameters in the Python types intro. Yes, I do remember, but I remember I told you. Metadata. Okay, I see. We used that for metadata. This is just metadata. Now it's time to use it with FastAPI. We had this time annotation, type annotation. What we do is to wrap around with annotated, so it becomes annotated str none is equals to none. All right, both of these versions mean the same thing. Q is a parameter, str can be none by default. Now let's jump off. I want to experiment where this metadata comes in. Let's take this and just implement this one, and we got what dict entry 0. Q str of none. Dict entry has incompatible type string, expected string. What? Quick fix. What does it say? It says return results dictionary. Okay, type. Anyways, I think they should be. And instead of this query, I will add a metadata. Yes. How metadata will it be seen in docs? Metadata didn't come. If I use FastAPI, where what does ChatGPT say? The FastAPI, when you use annotated with metadata string like this, the message string does nothing by default. It's just a plain explicitly reads metadata. Add metadata to parameters using search and the query path header. In this case, query description search query. Okay, and if we just do what do we see in docs? Your Sagar UI docs. See that max length is 50. Notice that the default value is still none. But now having query max length is equal to 50 instead of annotated. We are telling FastAPI that we want to have additional validation for this value. We want to have maximum 50 characters. Here we are using query, but this query parameter later we will see others like path, body, header, cookie. That also accept the same arguments as query. Because this is the query. Later we will see. That's like path, body, header, cookie. FastAPI will now validate the data to make sure its length is 50 characters. Show a clear error for the client if the data is not validated. Document the parameter in the OpenAPI schema path operation so that it will show up in the automatic docs UI. Alternative old query as default value. No, we are not. We will use annotated. Advantages of annotated: because annotated is recommended instead of default value of the function params, it is better for multiple reasons. The default value of the functional parameter is the actual default value. That's more intuitive with Python in general. You could call same function in other places without FastAPI and it will work as expected. If there is a required parameter without default value, your editor will let you know with an error. Python will also complain if you run it without passing the required parameter. When you don't use annotated instead use old default style, if you call that function without FastAPI in other places, you have to remember to pass the arguments to the function for it to work directly. Otherwise, the values will be different from what you expect, or something similar instead of string. And your editor won't complain, Python won't complain running that function only when the operations inside error out. Because annotated have more than one metadata annotation, you could now even use the same function with the tools like typer. We will ignore this for a while. Add more validation. You can also add parameter: minimum length 3, maximum length 3. Okay. Query: add a regular expression pattern. This is finded fixed query and $. A specific regular expression pattern checks that the received parameter value starts with the following characters and doesn't have characters before. Start with fixed query. Fixed query is the exact value. $answer. Hello. Hi, Ankit. No, not. It's raining here, so I think maybe I could go tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes. Cool. Okay. By the way, did you submit those required documents?
Yeah, actually, no, there was a mistake from the, from that university side itself. Okay.
Yes.
Like we had a talk. So they were like, okay, like you guys have 8 band. Okay. And the basic requirement is 7 band overall.
Okay.
So there was a mistake from their side. Okay. There is no condition apart from this deposit.
Okay. So, but that is completed, right?
Like, yeah, that is completed. Now, like they will provide, once we do the deposit, they will provide a new offer letter. That will be unconditional offer letter. Okay, so there won't be any type of condition or any such type of thing.
Okay.
Okay, then they will apply for they will provide the cash as well at the same, like they will take some time, but they will provide the cash also.
Okay.
Letter.
There is one more thing. मतलब मैं जब अभी ऑफर लेटर पढ़ रहा था, राइट, वी कैन कि जब ये कंडीशन से मिल जाएंगे तब पूरा ऑफर लेटर आ जाएगा, मतलब अनकंडीशनल, बिना डिपॉजिट दिए भी.
देखो अनकंडीशनल आपका आता ही अनकंडीशनल होता है जब आपको जैसे आपने अपना ये कंडीशन पूरा कर दिया, ठीक है, जो आपका ये था ट्राइब सी वाला जो पहले से पूरा है, इनके तरफ से डिफॉल्ट से यूनिवर्सिटी के एंड से, हमारे एंड से नहीं है, ठीक है, क्योंकि हमने आईएस तो पहले अपलोड कर रखा था, तो वो हो गया। दूसरी चीज आती है कि जब आपको अनकंडीशनल तब आता है जब आप सारे कंडीशन मैच करते हैं।
अच्छा,
ठीक है, कंडीशंस में ये हो जाता है, अनकंडीशनल आने का मतलब हो गया कि स्टूडेंट इज एलिजिबल टू अप्लाई फॉर कैश लेटर। तो कैश लेटर आपका ये कंडीशन था, और एक डिपॉजिट कंडीशन आता है कि क्योंकि डिपॉजिट अगर आप नहीं करते हो तो यूनिवर्सिटी आपको कैश क्यों देगी, आप सीट ही रिजर्व नहीं कर रहे हो।
ओके
प्रोवाइड यू द कैश लेटर। ओके, सो ये दो कंडीशन मेरी थे, आपकी एक ही कंडीशन थी, वो थे डिपॉजिट के।
ओके
ये उनके तरफ से डिफॉल्ट हो रखा है।
ठीक है, मैं देखता हूँ।
हाँ, तो आप कर लो, आपको अगर आज बारिश खत्म होती है ठीक है, नहीं तो आप कल कर लेना, ऐसा कोई ये नहीं है।
हाँ जी
ओके,
यस, ठीक है, ओके, थैंक यू। The dollar ends there doesn't always have any more characters after fixed query. So if you feel lost with this regular expression ideas, don't worry, they are a hard topic for many people. You can still do tough stuff without needing regular expressions here. Now you know that whenever you need them, you can use them in FastAPI. Identic v1 regex instead of pattern. Before Pydantic version 2 and before FastAPI version 100, the parameter was called regex pattern. Regex instead of pattern, but now it's deprecated. You could still use them. But it's now deprecated. So instead of regex we will use pattern, but know that this is deprecated and should be updated to use the new parameter pattern default values. You can of course use default values other than none. Let's say you want to declare a query parameter to have minimum length of 3 and to have a default value of fixed query. Minimum length of 3, default value of fixed query. Results is a short update. Note query minimum length is 3 and default value is fixed query. Alright, makes sense. Required parameters, we don't need to declare more validations or metadata when we make q query parameter required just by not declaring default value like q strnull, because we are now adding it with a query. For example, Q annotated. Come again. When we don't activate declare more validations of metadata, we can make the query Q parameter required just by not declaring the default value, like we need is equals to none. Simply default value. Yes, it is nice that FastAPI docs in almost every one of these section tells this part. Required can be none. You can declare the path parameter and accept none, but it's still required. This would force the client to send the value even if the value is none. You can do that by declaring type validation. Query parameter list. When you define a query parameter explicitly with query, you can also declare it to receive a list of values, or said in another way, to receive multiple values. For example, you declare a query parameter that can appear multiple times in the URL. You can write annotated list string is equals to none, and this is a query. Q is foo and bar, so Q will come. You would receive multiple Q query parameters foo and bar with Python list inside the operation function in the function parameter value. So the response to the URL will be like this one. Okay, Q is this way. Oh, I see. Cool. Tip: to declare query parameter with a type of list like this in the example above, you need to explicitly use query. Otherwise, it would be interpreted as a empty body, a request body. Oh. Query parameter. I see, request body. Ooh, fancy. Query parameter list / multiple values with defaults. query parameter list multiple values with default. You can also define default list of values if none are provided. Annotated list of string, which is a query. Foo bar. You can also use list directly instead of list of string. Keep in mind that in that case FastAPI won't check the contents of the list. List of int would check and document the contents of the list are integer, but list alone wouldn't. Declare more metadata. You can add more information about the parameter. This information will be included in the generated OpenAPI and used by the documentation, user interfaces, and external tools. Keep in mind that different tools might have different levels of OpenAPI support. Some of them might not show all the extra information needed declared just yet, although in most cases missing features are planned for development. You can add title, query annotated, query title, query string minimum length. Minimum length. How does this look? Query string. Query string, I added it here as title, but where is it? We don't get here anything. Q string minimum length is what we see. Where is our title? We don't have that. Let's add a description. So title is useless as far as what I can see, but description is useful. Query string for items to search in the database. So what this API documentation and these annotated features I can see use of is, since I will be mostly developing FastAPI backends and I have very little knowledge or don't like to learn JavaScript, real frameworks, maybe Next.js or anything, so I can somehow make use of this documentation to give it as a context for LLM to make up an app. So earlier I used to ask cursor to make documentation by reading the code, but instead I can ask cursor when I am writing the FastAPI to include the title, description, everything, so that I can make good backend APIs. And we will use these good practices to improve my chat API that I have developed using LangChain and Together AI for translating Chinese. So I can show you that. Let me see if we have that. Where is our Vercel app? Okay. Last 24 hours, did we have any visitors? Oh yeah, we had some. UK. Never mind. Where is our my chatbot? Yes. So this we made. This is just wipe coded where I gave API documentation. Now if I type hi, my name is Chirag, it will not give me immediately because the backend is hosted on render, which spins down when it is not needed. Therefore it will take some time. We will not open render and see if this opens up. Let's see how much time it takes. But yes, this is a very nice feature of FastAPI. I like this documentation automatic. We can write description so that AI will know what actually needs to go there while making the front end good. Alias parameters. Imagine that you want the parameter to be item query, like in item query dash item slash item dash query foo bar item. But it item query not a valid Python variable name. Yes, so it started after how much, a minute or so, and we have all these models. Hi, my name is Shira. I want iced tea. I need iced tea. 我要冰茶。我要冰茶。我要冰茶。Actually, I can, but okay, I will now quickly make a tea which is at room temperature. What is this? 我会快速注意给个茶。So only words that I am familiar with right now is wo, cha. These are the two words. Wo hui, hui means will. Kai, kwai. Kwai su means quickly. Kwai su. Ju, jo. Make. One thing that I need to add in this is I need to prompt LLM to give me the pronunciation of these words as well. I don't need it to say it out loud, but you know there we have these Greek letters that just say how to pronounce some words in that way. I don't know what that is called. Let us check how to add written pronunciation in English. What is it called? Phonetic transcription. Yes, this phonetic alphabet. Yes, international phonetic alphabet. Yes, I need to. Oh, but thought, theta, thought, thought, phonetic respelling. International phonetic transcription. Okay, but then I need to learn them, or maybe thought, or maybe something like this. Thought. This will be useful. So yeah, zo means make. Yige is a. Yige. Yi means one. Okay, cha is t. A. Jishi yeje wendu shi wo ji wen. Which jishi, which is yi. It's, which is a room temperature. Okay, my bad. Wendu is temperature. I see. But yeah, this was made using FastAPI and LangChain, and I will improve this. Alias. Dash is not a variable name. This should be item query, but you still need to be exactly item dash query. Then you can create an alias, and that alias is what will be used to find the parameter value. I see. So in case there are some letters or variables which we just cannot directly use in the query, or which we want to use but Python doesn't allow them, we can use alias. Item query. But if alias is item query, can I use Q? Let's find out. So this is item slash items query. Q is equal to 1 is valid, and item, what is this item query? Equals to 1 is also valid. A equals to 1 is actually not valid, but A is equals to Q is not valid, so only okay. So when we add alias, we have to give alias deprecating parameters. Now let's say you don't like parameters anymore, you have to leave it there while, because there are clients using it, but you want the docs to clearly show it as deprecated. Then pass the parameter deprecated is equal to query. Ooh, fancy stuff. Anyways, I'm not building it for clients, I'm building it for myself, but still good to know. Item query, title query, string, description, deprecated is true, so this is parameter. And result is update queue. If Q item query. Q is this annotated, alias is item query, but we will not use Q. Yes, so it is just deprecated. So exclude parameters from OpenAPI. To exclude query parameter from generated OpenAPI schema and thus from the auto. काय इथं को पायलट आहे, इथे ह्याला विचारायचं सगळं डायरेक्ट घेतलं येतं. हाऊ टू रन माय पायथन कोड. तुला एक अकाउंट बनवायला पाहिजे. स्किप करणं तुझं होते का? हां नाही, एक अकाउंट बनवायचं तिथे, परत ट्राय कर, तिथे येते. आणि मग काय तुला डाऊट असेल की नाही डायरेक्ट तिथं विचारायचं. हे पायथन इन्स्टॉल होते, हे इन्स्टॉल झालं, इथं रन आहे. कसं काय शॉर्टकट आहे, कंट्रोल F5. ते नाही आलं तर इथं एक बटन येते. Exclude parameters from OpenAPI. To exclude query parameters from generated OpenAPI schema and thus from the automatic documentation system, set the parameter include in schema of query to false. Hidden query annotated include in schema of false. If hidden query, set a hidden query. I see. I think this will not show up in the documentation. So no, nothing. There is nothing implemented. But where is this? Yeah, item slash item. Hidden underscore query. Hidden query. Custom validation. There could be cases where you need to do some custom validation that can't be done with the parameters shown above. Those cases you can use custom validator function. This is applied after the normal validation. After validating that the above value is string. In those cases, there could be cases where you do custom validation. In those cases, you can use custom validator function. You can achieve that using PyIntex after validator inside of annotated. For example, the custom validator checks that the item ID starts with ISBN or an ISBN book number, or with IMDb for an IMDb movie URL ID. For example, the custom validator checks that the item ID starts with ISBN for an ISBN book number, or with IMDb for an IMDb movie URL. Custom data is there. Check valid ID string if ID annotated after validator from Pydantic import after validator. Okay, this after validator is from Pydantic. Good to know. If ID as random job. I wonder how many tokens this entire documentation would be. If you need to do any type of validation request communicating with external component like database or another API, you will learn about them later. Understand the code. This is just the important point. Using after validator with function inside annotated. Feel free to skip this. But if you are curious about this code specific example, you are still entertained, here are some extra details. The string value starts with, did you notice start? You can take a tuple and check value in the tuple. Else end with random item data. We convert the iterable objects into a proper list with list data.item. Then with a random choice we can get a random value from the list. Come on. With the data.items we can get an iterable objects with tuples containing key and value of each dictionary item. Data.item, where is that? We convert the iterable objects proper list. Then with random choice we can get a random value. So we can get a tuple. We assign those values to tuple. Async def readiness after validator. Check valid ID. Return ID. Get ID. List of data.items. Recap. You can declare additional validations and metadata for your parameter. Generic validations and metadata, alias title, description, deprecated. Validations for specific thing, minimum length, maximum length, pattern, custom valid after. Well, in this example you saw how to declare. Oh, I see. What we can do is put all this documentation in a vector database, use RAG, and then we can ask the AI to query this vector database, get the required documentation, and then write a function, so that we are using best practices. I see we have context and my context 7 MC. Alright, yes. So we just need to read these documentation, understand them in the first glance, and then when I'm using cursor, I will add it through context 7. Let's see how that goes. Oh, we have template. Okay, backend. Are we not? Okay, see.
we do need a template, and this is nice. Postgres SQL. We have Postgres. How do they implement in the backend? Launching FastAPI template. Ooh, we do have. Alright, anyways.